successful deliberation. Terima kasih untuk semua partisipasinya. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To officially open and begin the international conference, let us welcome the Rector of Universitas Malikus Saleh, represented by the Vice Rector 1, Dr. Insinyur Azhari, MSc, IPM, ASEAN Eng. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for blessing and guiding us into the right paths and for granting all means and opportunity together here to attend this event. Honorable invite guests, representative of Bupati Aceh Utara, representative of Major Semawe, representative of Kodim Aceh Utara, representative of Bank Aceh, representative of Bank Syariah Indonesia, representative of Bank BTN Syariah, representative of PT Pema Global Energy, representative of rumah BUMN tadi, ya, and audience. Honorable Dean of Faculty Ekonomi and Business, Universitas Malikus Saleh, Honorable and Chairman of second ICOFEB, Universitas Malikus Saleh, and the team. Allow me on behalf of the Universitas Malikus Saleh to welcome all the guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants to the second International Conference on Finance, Economics, and Business 2023 under the theme Embracing a New Era, Digital Transformation and Sustainable Economic Management and Finance. Today's event, the International Conference, aims to promote the interaction among researchers in the field of economic management, accounting, and business. It's hoped that the ICOFEB 2023 will be a platform to gather and disseminate the latest knowledge in the economy. Projecting to be the center of excellence, many necessary aspects need to be accomplished by Universitas Malikus Saleh. This needs to be supported by research, publication, innovation, and resources. We do believe that we will not be able to work alone. Therefore, collaboration and cooperation are deemed to be considerably important. This international conference is a place for sharing research findings among researchers from various backgrounds and universities. We do hope that after this event, the need to collaborate and cooperate will continue to grow between universities, research institutions, and industry, both locally and internationally. To all of our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants, thank you very much for being here. Welcome and have a pleasant international conference. Allow me, on behalf of Rector Universitas Malikus Saleh, to officially open this conference by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisa. Udah kemari dah enggak? Melalui ini ya. Melalui ini ya, Zoom-nya. Sudah ada.
The next agenda is to give merchandise or plaque to our honored guests. We would like to welcome first the representative of Bank Aceh Syariah, Bapak Taufik Saleh, SMA, to the stage. Please, Ibu Dekan, Ibu Juli Mursida, to present the plaque to Bapak Taufik. Ibu Dekan, please stand on the stage. Keep. The next our honor guest is the Area Manager Lok Semawe, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Bapak Hijazi. The next our honor guest is the representative of Perumda Tirta Pase Aceh Utara. Please come to the stage, accompanied by Bapak Azhari. The next our honor guest is Ibu Dr. Rafidah Otsman from our visiting lecturer from University Teknologi Malaysia, presented by the chairman of the conference, Ibu Darmawati. That concludes our opening ceremony for today. Before we start our next sessions, we would like to invite all guests to the stage to have a group photo sessions. Kepada para tamu, dipersilahkan untuk ke depan untuk kita akan melakukan foto bersama. Nanti ya kalau belum sampai. On the stage di bawah ya? Oh di bawah boleh Pak, bawah. Kepada Kepala UPT Universitas Maluku Saleh, silakan maju ke depan untuk melakukan foto bersama. Bapak Kemal Fasa, Bapak Dekan Fakultas di Universitas Maluku Saleh, Bapak Kepala Lembaga, Ibu Rozana, Pak Direktur, terima kasih para tamu sekalian. Dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. Tutup dulu Bu, tunggu duduk dulu Bu. Ini dia Bu, kita break dulu. Coffee break dulu ya. Kita coffee break ya. Honorable invited guests and audience, soon we are going to enter the main agenda of the second ICOFEB International Conference on Finance, Economic and Business 2023 under the theme Embracing a New Era, Digital Transformation in Sustainable Economy, Management and Finance. The presentation from the keynote speakers. The speaker will be accompanied by the moderator. Having said that, it is time for me to withdraw. I thank you very much for your attendance and patience. It's been an honor for me to host as Master of Ceremony in today's event. I would like to also apologize for any shortcoming during my time hosting the opening ceremony. Now it is time to have a coffee break. You are invited to take snack and coffee that provided at the back. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu, sudah disediakan coffee break di belakang, boleh dipersilakan untuk nanti akan diantar untuk tamu. Karisma, udah siap kabari? Oke, sudah? No? Boleh, boleh. Ladies and gentlemen, kita akan memulai sesi pertama dari keynote speakers kita, ya, yang bisa disaksikan melalui layar di depan atau juga bisa disaksikan melalui YouTube Live. The topic is Embracing a New Era, Digital Transformation in Sustainable Economic, Application of Maqasid El-Syariah in Responsible Investment oleh Prof. Dr. Fauziah Matnur. The moderator of our first keynote speaker adalah Ibu Khairisma, SHI MBA. Please, Ibu Khairisma. Yeah. Okay. The presentation will be start shortly. Please wait.
Iya.
Ya, ya. Kekuatan kan belum gitu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Praise to Allah, the Lord of the world, the Master of the day after. Salawah and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who brought us from the darkness into lightness. Honorable to the Rector of Universitas Malikus Saleh, Professor Dr. Herman Fitra, STMT IPM ASEAN Engineering, represented by First Vice Rector, Dr. Insinyur Azhari, MSc, Professor IPM ASEAN Engineering, to the esteemed Dean of Business and Economics Faculty of Universitas Malikus Saleh, Julie Murshida, SA KMM PhD, Honorable to the Chairman of the ICOFEB Committee, Dr. Darmawati SAMM, to the respected speaker, Professor Dr. Fauzia Smatnor, distinguished guests, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first keynote speech session of the second International Conference on Finance, Economics and Business 2023, organized by Business and Economics Faculty of Universitas Malikus Saleh. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Khairisma. I am a lecturer at Business and Economic Faculty of Universitas Malikus Saleh, specializing in Islamic banking and finance. This is an honor to me to be a moderator for this session and an honor to have Professor Dr. Fauzia Smatnor give it all today. Professor Dr. Fauzia Smatnor will deliver a speech entitled Embracing a New Era, Digital Transformation in Sustainable Economics, Application of Maqasid al-Shari'ah in Responsible Investment. Allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker briefly. Professor Dr. Fauzia binti Matnur is a professor of finance at the Faculty of Economics and Muamalat of University Saint Islam Malaysia. She graduated from University College Dublin, Ireland in 1991 for her PhD, and she graduated from University of Miami, Florida, USA in 1985 and 1984 for her master degree, MBA and BBA respectively, and her diploma in accountancy in ATM Shah Alam, Malaysia in 1975. Her field of expertise are in Islamic finance and banking, corporate finance and investment, and she did much research on these areas. Her experiences are costing officer at World Tax SDN PhD, examiner of accounts at Auditor General Office Malaysia, auditor at Auditor General Office Malaysia, head of Finance Department UKM, Deputy Dean of Faculty of Business Management UKM, Deputy Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business UKM, Deputy Dean of Center for Graduate Studies UKM, Chair of Graduate School of Business UKM, Dean of UKM Graduate School of Business Malaysia Top Business School, Head of Finance and Financial Service Research Excellence Center of UKM GSB, Professor of Finance at UKM, Oxis Visiting Scholar, Director, USIM Alamiyah International Center and USIM University Management Committee, Professor of Finance at USIM. Welcome to Universitas Malikus Saleh, Professor, even though virtually.
Thank you.
Okay, before we begin, let me briefly explain the rule of this session. We have a total of 30 minutes for this session. The professor will deliver the presentation followed by a Q&A. For all the conference delegates, you can type your question in the chat box below at your Zoom application or raise your hand to inquire the keynote speaker directly. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Fauzia Smatnor to this keynote session. Professor Dr. Fauzia Smatnor, the time is yours.
Thank you, Karisma. Boleh dengar ke? Can you hear me? Boleh dengar? Boleh jawab? Are you please unmute? Can you hear me clearly? Boleh dengar ya?
Ya.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasihlah kerana menjemput saya. Second ICOFEB, ya. Saya berbangga kerana dapat sharing ilmu yang ada. Saya pun dulu sebenarnya adalah conventional finance, tapi sekarang sejak di USIM, Universiti Sains Islam Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia, saya mencuburi dalam bidang Islamic Finance, di mana Islamic scholarnya atau ustaz-ustazahnya ramai di fakulti Economics dan Muamalat. Saya masih belajar, tapi saya mencubanya dengan melakukan research. Okay. Terima kasihlah sekali lagi kepada the organising committee, terutamanya Dr. Darmawati, kerana memberi peluang pada saya hari ini. Okay, saya mengucapkan berbanyak-banyak terima kasih dan of course salam pada semua yang mendengar keynote speech ini. Saya rasa saya punya PowerPoint, siapa yang nak share ya? Saya ataupun the organising committee? Ha? Boleh saya mulakan? So tajuk keynote saya adalah Embracing a New Era, Digital Transformation in Sustainable Economies, Application of Maqasid Al-Syariah in Responsible Investment. Saya Fauzia Asmat-Nur dari Islamic Finance and Wealth Management IFMI, Islamic Finance and Wealth Management Institute sebenarnya, IFMI, Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia ataupun USIM. This keynote actually is based on research which is funded by the Yayasan Tun Ismail Ali PMB. We call it SYTI PMB. CIPC, YTI Profession Real Chair Program from PMB. So they gave us a grant to do this research, and of course the name of the research actually was integrating the Maqasid Syariah in responsible investment. Of course, the view expressed by me is solely that of the author and does not necessarily reflect the view of the YTI PMB. Next one. Maqasid Syariah Al-Syariah and Responsible Investment. Maqasid Al-Syariah is the overarching principle that guides or should guide all decisions in the Islamic capital market. In a sense, this principle has to do with ensuring that Islamic finance is actively used in the promotion of good rather than simply eschewing the bad. It calls for a balance between profit generation, societal benefit, and the prevention of harm. This is from the guideline of our security commissions. The 5 fundamental of necessities from Imam Al-Ghazali: protection of al-din, protection of life, protection of dignity or progeny, protection of intellect or mind, and protection of property. So this is the 5 fundamental of necessities in whatever you do or what action you do in this world actually. Of course, there are many more by other Islamic scholars, but we begin with the Imam Imam Al-Ghazali. Responsible investment concept promote investment that preserve the issue of environmental, social, and governance (ESG) in the investment decision process without sidelining investors' financial objective. The objective of this study and application are to develop a new approach towards responsible investment that integrate the framework of Maqasid Al-Syariah in portfolio management and investment strategy. This study involved both qualitative and quantitative approach in developing Maqasid Al-Syariah and responsible investment index as investment decision. Can be used as a guideline when we actually can screen the companies. Of course, in this case is the listed companies in Malaysia. Next one. Digital transformation using artificial intelligence. AI is used to generate analysis for repetitive tasks and to minimize human errors. Nowadays, if we do research, we can always use for content analysis on artificial intelligence or even investment decision making using artificial intelligence without ignoring. Of course, we have to include the theory behind it, not simply being used by this machine. Definitely, we have to test and retest and input some of the some of the info in the machine. The machine is also learning from us. We do the input. They don't do. Of course, artificial intelligence is not our decision maker. We actually input the thing, but of course, with that task, actually we can minimize human errors and definitely we can intervene anytime we like. I.e., we use AI as a search engine for the development of index using content analysis from companies' annual report, sustainability report, and its website. It's very difficult to have an interview with the companies because we want evidence from the document, the publicly available information. Because when we do research in finance or in Islamic finance, we need to have evidence, unless it is a qualitative research. Next one. Okay, the MSI framework, we call it the Maqasid Syariah Responsible Investment Index Framework. This one actually, we first started with the Maqasid Al-Syariah of Imam Al-Ghazali. There are five necessities: preservation of the wealth, preservation of religion, preservation of dignity, preservation of life, and preservation of intellect. And then, of course, we look at Ibn Abshur component of wealth preservation, which is the durability of transparent and durability of wealth, justice, wealth circulation, and wealth protection. Because we subgroup the preservation of wealth. Since investment is under small or wealth, so we concentrate on small. But for sustainability of life, we have preservation of religion, preservation of dignity, preservation of life, and preservation of intellect. So, of course, the Ibn Ashur components is 4 there, and the sustainability of life we have 4 also. Al-Haqqamah from the religion, and arts and social on dignity, and the preservation of environment under preservation of life, and preservation of intellect under At-Ta'lim, which is the dynamic education. Definitely when we do this framework, actually, we started with the business activities. And we look at the Sharia screening of investment from the Sharia screening, company Sharia screening by Security Commission. And then definitely we are looking at the full Sharia compliant and fully non-Sharia compliant. Right? This is actually based from the SC listed Sharia compliant companies. Definitely this framework we did interview the Islamic scholar in Malaysia. Okay. Before we embark on this, actually we did the qualitative analysis, but we continue with a quantitative one, that is actually developing the index. Next one. This is the element. Atas. Okay, bawah. Okay. Can you go down? Okay. The operational definition related to the type of business activities. Actually, at SC, we have the totally Sharia compliant business activities in terms of primary business and investment activities, as well as a financial position reported, disclosed, and publicly informed by the company as listed in the Sharia compliant security list announced by SC of Malaysia. Totally non-Sharia compliant, any mixture of Sharia and non-Sharia business activity in terms of its primary business and investment activities, as well as financial position reported, disclosed, and publicly informed by the company as listed in business activity benchmarking and financial ratio benchmarking by Securities Commission of Malaysia, and no disclosure or report for any Sharia business activities. Next one. Okay. This is actually the summary of our MSI framework. We started with 5 maqasid Sharia dimension, Imam Al-Ghazali theory. And then we look at 2 group of maqasid Sharia dimension from our Islamic scholars, and all the write-up of our old Islamic scholars, Ash-Shatibi, for example, other than the Ibn Ashur. And then we subdivide this 2 group of maqasid into 8 themes. Okay, 8 themes. And then from the 8 themes, we translate it into 45 elements. This one has been discussed during the interview with the Islamic scholars. All right, next one. If you look at the theme and element, for example, we have transparent and durability of wealth. What are there? The elements, the indicators that should be in the report, which is risk management, transparency in transaction. And then we have other, justice, just acquisition and use of wealth. So in this, we have equality between human beings, prudence, and the next one, circulation of wealth, zakat payment, tax payment, Islamic philanthropy activities, hibah, wakaf, and sadaqah, risk sharing, and reinvestment activities. The last one actually is protection of wealth from harm and damage. This one is under wealth. Yeah, wealth. Sharia compliant operation, engagement with takaful for wealth protection, product innovation, anti-corruption in all kinds of business activities, and no financial distress signal. Next one. Okay, now we look at the sustainability of life, sustainability of our company and society. First is, under this, actually we have governance, the CSR strategy, board structure, independence, diversity and committees, composition policy, shareholders' right mechanism, in takeover defenses. The social one is the protection and preserving public interest, maslahah and safety. Protection of reputation and positive social image of the company, encouragement towards good customer relation and communication, stakeholders relation, engagement in voluntary community services, human rights, data privacy, working condition, health and safety, maintain manners and socialization of corporate culture, vision, mission statement, and the social objective, education, scholarship, support and assistance, educational event sponsorship. These elements actually are the indicators. Next one. Still under sustainability of life, we have preserved environment. Maintain the cleanliness of the environment, emission reduction, waste management, biodiversity protection, environmental management system, green revenues, research and development, and capital expenditure, water management, energy, sustainable packaging, and sustainable supply chain. And last one actually is ta'lim, dynamic education. Education and training for career development, financial planning, education, research and creation of knowledge, support for company educational technology advancement. We have 45 elements actually created. And for the time being, we use for all sectors. Because we bank and non-bank actually, we put it, of course, under the, we call it the element as the keyword. We put it under a proper keyword actually. Next one. So this is our process for the MSI scoring. First, we identify the status of business activity based on Securities Commission list. Security Commission Sharia compliant list. Analyze MSI score, assign disclosure and commitment point. Evaluate the business activity based on the Sharia and non-Sharia status of the company. Assign the final MSI score and grade. In this case, when we identify the business activity based on the Securities Commission's Sharia compliant list, actually, we also include the non-Sharia compliant list. But then we recalculate the screening, the screening procedure by the SC. We exactly use their screening methodology, but still we recalculate, especially for me bank and all. And of course, we have to test it with the non-Sharia compliant, because some, of course, the reason being is because of the financial ratio non-compliant. Even though the company is halal or is Sharia compliant, but the financial ratio, for example, their deposits or their debt are conventional. So it shouldn't be above the 33%. We recalculate that back actually. And we give the scoring using those ratios using that exactly from their financial statement. The source actually is from the financial statement. If actually the company did not report the Sharia, we actually what you call treat it as Sharia fully non-Sharia compliant. So for example, like Astro, for example, it looks like there are some Sharia, but in their report, in their annual report, they did not actually stated at all the Sharia, what you call the Sharia generation or the revenue from the Sharia, the activities from the Sharia, activities. They did not report, so we have to totally put them under non-Sharia compliant companies. Next one. So this is our scoring. Actually, we also intended to have the siasa part, but now we simplified it. The grade that we give actually for those company non-Sharia compliant, hajiyat, and Sharia compliant. We are almost done actually. Now actually we are going to the practitioner round table so that this one the scoring is more practical and more makasih syariah, more actually have benefit. And also we have to regret that if you include other things. But this one actually, or in terms of our research, we have completed the research. But now actually is what you call, we are testing it with the practitioner. Next one. So using the AI system flow, because this is content analysis. If we do the content analysis, we have to download all those report, all those annual report, the website, the sustainability report. And then we have, without this AI, we have to do it manually. The tendency of human error is there. And of course, we have to engage also people to do it. But for the AI system, we have created actually, we have the flow. We use the company profile. We put it, we download the document search, we upload the document search. And then we ask the, let the AI report or generate the report from the documents. And we have the result at the end of the day summary. So in a way, it expedite the analysis and also it will minimize the, what they call, the human errors. So we have the company, we have to have the company detail, we have the upload related documentation, we generate the MSI report and view the summary of completed company. Next one. So these are, this is actually in our system. Right? So this one, of course, we cannot share it because we have to do the copyright. Okay, next one. Okay. All the uploaded document will be listed in the uploaded document section. It took some time for the document to be analyzed, definitely. Unless you have what they call machine which can expedite it. At this time, the system will extract the related keyword that is there. Of course, we have to input all these keywords. We have the glossary, the keyword for the 45 elements. When the status turn to completed, press. Of course, this is the process from our AI actually. Next one. Okay. So all these are just the system. What we are interested, definitely we have to look if the input is wrong, the report is wrong. Of course, the input actually is using the keyword from each document. Next one. Okay, after completed the analysis, we auto calculate the score and display in the report menu. So we recalculate actually the methodology on the Sharia screening process, because we use of course when actually SC listed actually they really use the Sharia screening process, but actually the detail we do not have, but we recalculate and we do the scoring. Actually, most of the Sharia non-compliant companies, their reports on sustainability are good because they follow what is required by the Bursa Malaysia. We have no problem about it. But of course, due to the fact that they have non-Sharia activity, that is where actually it started. Meaning the index has to penalize the non-Sharia compliant company. Actually, for that, for Sharia compliant company, mostly actually it fulfill the Sharia what they call Sharia compliant. Sharia compliant procedure, and definitely they are also not. It is not perfect, but at least we know that their scoring actually is really fully Sharia compliant company. So in this case, of course, we can generate. Okay, we can actually update the input, of course, for next year. This year actually is the one that we did actually until 21. 22 we haven't started yet. Probably we will start it later. Next one. Next. Habis dah ke? Hello? Okay. The system will display the summary and score for the selected companies. So you have to choose. In this case, we choose some W. We have a list of companies actually. We have tested on 30 companies. Next one. Okay. So this is user can revise the selected category based on the disclosure. So what the scoring did actually, first is the keyword. The keyword is, if the keyword is in the document, for disclosure, we give 1. If not, 0. For disclosure is one thing, just indicator. But the evidence is from the commitment. So if there is activities or financial commitment in the report, then we give another one. So in total, the company should score for each element 2 score, maximum of 2 score. Right. So of course we have to provide the PDF documentation, and we provide the keyword, and then the AI will what they call extract the text from the documentation. Of course, then we need to have the human intervention in here, just in case. Okay, especially under the commitment. Next one. Now, actually, we have the score. So we have the score. I can't see much actually. Every single score will be displayed, meaning each element for each company, definitely they have a score of 2 or 1, and we have the overall score for them, which actually, if you go back to if you can, boleh tak slide to go back to the old slide on the scoring, please. Hello? Bukan. Tadi. Naik atas balik. Okey, atas. Lagi. Atas. Atas lagi. Master framework tadi. Atas. Okay. This is where we got actually. whether they are Sharia compliant. Of course, Sharia compliant confirmed under this, but probably they are under A, but nobody really got the triple A. The non-Sharia compliant, of course, this is the thing that, of course, reconfirming or definitely if they are non-Sharia compliant, but they have reported the Sharia activities, probably they will be under Hajiyat. Okay, they are under Hajiyat. Of course, next one will be the Siasah framework. We have done that, but for the time being, we only actually concentrate on these 3 grades. It is ongoing, insyaAllah. So, itu saja. Of course, not to report actually most, of course, the problem actually with Sharia compliant companies, problem with zakat, problem with Sharia audit, and also halal operation. So that actually give them a low mark. But non-Sharia compliant, definitely because they are non-Sharia, definitely we automatically already penalize them there. But if they have Sharia activities, actually it goes to Hajiyat. So this Sharia, maqasid Sharia is very important in Islamic finance, especially for investment purposes. We have the research on Islamic social banking. Okay, but for this research, we try also to make it under sectoral basis. But definitely it is quite tedious. But now we just actually started with the overall sector. We by looking at different keyword for those sectors. So I think whatever we did, I think I'm also learning on Maqasid Sharia. There are many books on that. Al-Shatibi, for example. Again, I have a few, and then of course, like Al-Raisuni. So all this actually collection actually give you more understanding of the Quran and the Hadith, because we go back, just not because this Maqasid Sharia be written also in English. For me, I have a problem of not understanding the Arabic write up. So definitely I have to look at the translation part. And now of course it's good also to listen to the conference, which involved Islamic conference, even though it is in Arabic, but they have translator. That is where we have to learn. Of course, it's not too late. Of course, rather than just concentrate on non-riba, non-maisir, that one, of course, we have to follow that for non-riba, non-maisir, or whereas the non-uncertainty, non-gara, and of course, we have to also remember non-halal. So all these are haram. But beyond that, of course, even though we can't see the riba. But even though the investment is following Sharia, we still have to look at the maqasid Sharia part of it, the action and or the deed of the investment activities. So many actually. So inshallah, we go to the instrument. This is based on equity, but we can go further by looking at other instruments as well, because they have contract. They have not even or not. If let's say sukuk, for example, if we don't have the contract, we have the prospectus to screen down the what they call the MS, MS or maqasid Sharia elements in there. And then of course we look at the contract now. Of course now we are quite familiar with all the Islamic instruments. We look at, for example, salam. We look at tawarruk. But are they actually following the maqasid syariah? Or they just based on what is haram that we know of? Because, for example, during you look at the what they call COVID, during the COVID crisis, what happened? What happened to the borrowers? Can they share the liabilities with the lenders? These are the questions that we have to ask. Okay, without what you call, without any biases. Actually, we have to go back to the kitab. If we don't know, we ask the people who knows Arabic. Of course, when we did this research, we have to employ RA which can read the kitab. And then only actually after confirming with the literature review, we actually interviewed all those well-noted scholars, Islamic finance scholars in Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, I got their cooperation. So I think that's all for my keynote. Thank you so much for inviting me again, and I will share again if I can with the next conference. Thank you so much. Tak dengar lah. Can you unmute, Karisma? Ah, tak berapa clear. Kenapa saya tak berapa dengar ya? Dia macam ada echo atau saya mute.
Professor. Having responsive before the top progress. How Professor, Professor Fauzias Mana? Madam Lisa, are you there? There is some questions for you. Madam Professor, can you hear me? Sorry, I cannot hear your voice.
Boleh?
Professor, there is for you. Okay, so the question is about the notion of necessity syariah, but this probability well, actually the present value of Indonesia money currency is almost decreasing. I stated some syariah doesn't go into the Nafas syariah category. Expectation, Professor. Hello, hello, Prof. Halo, Prof. Apa-apa?
Prof nih. Prof buka mute-nya dulu. Speakernya Prof buka dulu. Itu tuh mikrofonnya. Itu dia tuh. Itu. Hah? Halo Prof.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof.
Halo Prof. Ya, ikut badan.
Prof. Prof.
Halo? Boleh dengar ke?
Sudah, Prof.
Kenapa tak ada gambar?
Sudah kelihatan.
Ya Allah. Kenapa teruk sangat ni?
Halo, Prof. Halo, Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Halo? Halo?
Lupa.
Boleh dengar?
Enggak. Saya Pak.
Allahu Akbar.
We can hear you,
Halo?
Pak.
Boleh dengar?
Sudah.
Your microphone is unmuted. What do you mean? Macam mana muted?
Dan pakai sound. Can you hear me? Pakai sound.
Boleh dengar? Suara karisma saya tak berapa dengar. Saya pakai telefon sekarang. Boleh cakap kuat sikit? Saya sudah kuat ni. Aduh. Apa? Boleh dengar? You boleh dengar kan?
Dengar.
Okey. Saya tak boleh dengar di sebelah sana. Okey. Boleh kita mulakan? Semula. Ini suara karisma tak dengar. Suaranya macam berbisik-bisik. Suaranya berbisik-bisik. Ini betul-betul jauh.
Oh, ada kesempat suaranya.
Allah. Apa senyap?
Professor, can you hear me?
Okey. Clear sikit.
Okay. Professor, this question for you. So the question is, what function of capacity not that is durability well?
Boleh tulis tak? Tulis kat chat. Boleh share saya chat. Nanti saya jawab.
Okay.
Dia macam berbisik-bisik. Tapi tadi boleh dengar ke? Okey. Kenapa tak ada ni? Okey, chat. Okey. Assalamualaikum. I am Nurainun. I want to ask a question about dimension of maqasid syariah, that is durability of wealth. as I know, the present value of Indonesian money currency is always decreasing. A saving in Syariah bank included in the Makassid Syariah. As we said, the Makassid Syariah actually involve all kind of transaction rules and regulation. The objective behind it is for the benefit of the Ummah. So meaning, definitely Syariah bank should also have the Makassid Syariah. How do you interpret that? It is not been interpreted. We only know it is Syariah bank. But the Makassid Syariah part, the five fundamental, we have to know. Actually, Makassid Syariah is not only in the institution, but also in our own individual mind. Okay, so definitely, if your money currency is there, you have a contract with them when you deposited the money. But definitely, if you change it to US dollar, definitely we can, it is in the marketplace. Okay, what the Sharia bank doing actually is to keep your money following the Sharia compliant activities. But when you change it to US dollar, for example, now it becomes what you call forex market activities. The forex market activities actually, as you can see, the USD actually is controlling all the global forex currency, what we call currency market. So it is fiat money. We cannot control the decreasing part. Even Malaysia also being affected by the US dollar. So I suggest, of course, definitely the money currency, especially the Indonesian rupiah, it is a different issue. But what we are interested now is what we put in as a deposit in the what they call Sharia banks. So first we have the confidence it is complying with the Sharia rules and regulation. And of course the Makassid Sharia, definitely we have to know where the money goes to. Where the money goes to and what we get from the deposit actually. So if the activities are Sharia based, definitely it is Sharia. But on the Makassid Sharia, we have to ask ourselves where the money goes. Of course, if the bank actually lending it to another, lending it to the Sharia activity for the sake of the Sharia activities, because we have to go deep into the bottom activities. If you trust that it is actually for the Sharia activities, definitely it is Sharia based. But the Makassid Sharia also can be assessed through it, inshallah. I hope the way that I put it, you can understand. Because if you think the present value of English money is decreasing, the present value definitely, if we are talking about nominal, yes, but of course the purchasing power, the purchasing power of the money actually is the problem. The inflation, right? But of course, if you were to compare with US dollar, we cannot actually compare it rightly. Using our using our Makassid Sharia, because they are totally conventional market using the fiat money. To me, we have to control the inflation rate. Definitely, everybody got to control. We buy local. Okay, of course, we have to the inflation has to go down. But of course, after the crisis is now, it's quite difficult to see the inflation is going down. But still, if everybody cooperate to buy the necessary item only, of course, if we are actually the boss for the market, for the goods in the market, I think it will reduce. When the inflation reduce, the present value of the money will also be increased or definitely be stable. Increase quite difficult, but at least stable. There's only a little bit of inflation that we cannot avoid it actually. That's all. Any new message? I don't see any new message. Boleh ada message baru ke? Habis lah. Did I answer you, Ainun?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Thank you.
So sorry. Dia punya tu video pun tak berjalan.
Okay, thank you. Ya, udah. Bisa.
Boleh WhatsApp saya through ni Dharma. Dr. Dharma.
Thank you, Pa.
Okay, thank you. Can I leave now?
Yes, I can stand what you mean.
Okay. Any other chat?
Maaf, agak swing. Terima kasih Profesor atas jawabannya. Yang ingin saya tanyakan, karena kan kartal itu, uang kertas itu kan terus berkurang, sehingga ketika kita menyimpan uang, sehingga itu kan tidak masuk ke dalam indikator durability wealth. Tetapi ketika uang itu diputar, maka menghasilkan, seharusnya bank itu kan berbagi keuntungan kepada kita. Maka baru bisa disebutkan sebagai durability of wealth kalau pemahaman saya. Tapi kan selama ini kan tidak ada. Nah, sehingga menurut saya pada prakteknya, apakah bank syariah yang kita nabung sekarang itu berarti kan tidak masuk ke dalam indikator makasih syariah itu.
Durability of wealth maksudnya bank should relend, you know.
Yeah.
They do relend the money or reinvest the money.
Okay.
Reinvest the money that can generate some money, but you don't expect because the value of money also being affected by the inflation.
Yeah.
So everybody actually affected. So the bank, even though they reinvest it, reinvest it, that is one of the aspect of the durability. But of course, the profit distributed to the depositors are not as expected because of the inflation as well.
Okay.
So everybody is expected. Unless what you want, you have to, do you want, when you put the money, you have the intention to generate some income, right? Okay, using the Sharia, what you call activities. But then definitely it's up to the bank actually where to invest your money. If under durability, it should actually increasing your money, the value of your money, even though it is affected by the inflation. But definitely the inflation actually is the inflation usually is really affected the whole affected the purchasing power of the currency itself. Actually, the local people, the local currency definitely we have to control so that the good, the barang-barang semua tu actually is not being affected by high inflation. So we know that the strength of Indonesian rupiah or Malaysia ringgit actually should actually being not really affected, but of course minimally if it is affected by the inflation. But definitely if we import goods from overseas, then we have another problem.
Okay.
Then the value of our money actually, when the inflation is high, the value of money actually is reduced, it's depreciating. So you have another imported value of money, and then of course you have another one is the domestic value of money. Yeah, two things. Okay, we can chat later.
I can understand what you mean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Itu saja kan? I can hear you. Siapa ni? Ainun. I can hear you.
Yeah?
How come I cannot hear Karisma?
Ibu Dr. Nur Ainun, Prof.
Ibu Dr. Nur
Saya
Ainun.
marketing. Actually, I am
marketing.
marketing. My subject is marketing, not syariah, not ekonomi syariah. Marketing.
Now kita sebenarnya now when we talk about makasih syariah, we are not only talking about finance. We can also include in the marketing. The marketing. The marketing activities, the management activities, all actually should follow the makasih syariah.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
ilmu itu tidak dikembangkan. Saya pun baru belajar sejak saya jalankan research ini. Habis? Sudah ada, Mak? Sudah habis, Mak?
Ya? Udah. Okay, thank you.
Aku you pun patut pakai phone kot.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof.
Sorry, dia tak lulus ya.
Ya.
Okay.
Kita jumpa di sana, Prof, nanti ya.
InsyaAllah. Terima kasih, Dharma.
Ya, sama-sama, Prof.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye, Prof.
Terima kasih, Karisma.
Ya.
On behalf of Universitas Fakultas on behalf of the people committee and all attendees, I would like to say that I apologize for the mistake that I made during moderating this session. Then moderated by Dr. Wahidah binti Uthman. So Dr. Wahidah binti Uthman, Dr.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, your turn.
Assalamualaikum. Testing. Okay, I can see myself here.
Nama di situ apa?
Nama apa? Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Rafidah binti Othman from Azman Hashim International Business School. I'm going to moderate the session for second topic from Dr. Shurkani Ishaq Kasim on the topic of partnership for sustainable economy and digital transformation. Before I started, let me introduce our speaker to the participant. All right, Dr. Shurkani Ishaq Kasim is currently Director of Islamic Development Bank based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, responsible for strategy, budget, corporate performance. In this position, he leads and ensures that the bank strategy is reflected in an integrated corporate work plan and in departmental planning, which includes effective and appropriate resources allocation. Under the guidance of Chairman of ISDB Group, he felicitates the institutional frame and processes for setting coherent, result-based management framework within and across ISDB. He plays a prominent role in keeping the bank as development effectiveness focused organization and also responsible for ensuring the ISDB is highly credible within the global dynamic development arena. So I may not read the whole thing because it will take some time because a lot of achievement that he has been achieved throughout the his career. Okay, so for that, I would like to call Dr. Shurkani Ishaq Kasim. Are you there?
Yes, Dr. Rafidah. Assalamualaikum.
Alhamdulillah. How are you, doctor?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, how's weather in Saudi?
Well, it's getting cold now, alhamdulillah. I mean,
Getting cold?
Not that cold. We had rain yesterday, but alhamdulillah, today is quite okay.
Alhamdulillah. All right. So, without further ado, I would like you to give your speech to our the participant, the audience here, right, Doctor? Are you ready to go?
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Okay. The screen are yours.
Well, thank you very much again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in. First of all, thank you very much to Rector of University of Malikus Saleh and all the faculty members and university management staff, and also to colleagues and friends and distinguished guests that are participating in this international conference on digital transformation and sustainable development. I'm not sure because I've been asked to send a PowerPoint presentation, but basically this morning I would like to share with you all more on what we're doing as Islamic Development Bank and some issues that might be of your interest. I mean, in moving forward as the university communities and as a country as a whole. So I leave it to the organizing committee if they want to display, but otherwise you can maybe hear what I would say. I would try to be really, hopefully not that long, but really make it in like from, one topic to another, just to give you a heads up of what I would like to mention. But first of all, I think we all have to know that our world is facing multiple interrelated challenges that threaten the well-being and dignity of billions of people, especially in developing countries. What we have seen so far, I mean, what happened in Middle East, in African countries, even in our region, in Southeast Asia, that shows actually basically our countries are quite vulnerable. So poverty, inequality, climate change, conflicts, fragility, health crisis, food insecurity, migration, and human rights violations that we have been seeing actually, and fortunately, some of the complex problems that are increasing from time to time, and that requires urgent and collective actions from all of us. So today, I would like to highlight some of the critical issues that we are facing globally, and of course, then come to the topic of this international conference concerning the sustainability of the development financing and economy, and also probably touch on the digital transformation to some extent. And coming from the Islamic Development Bank, I will share with you some of important initiative and commitment that we have been doing or are committed to addressing these challenges and supporting our member countries in the effort to achieve a better development result and meet the sustainable development goals. To those who are not familiar with the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, what we call as a short, is a global financial institution based in Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. And those who going on Umrah actually might pass our city. And currently we have 57 member countries across the globe, not only in Asia or Middle East, but also in Africa, in Latin America, and in Europe. We operate under the Sharia compliance system, very strict actually. We have our Sharia council that rule every single product that we issue and how we operate in our member countries. But we are not only a financial institution, but also a development partner that seek to foster social and economic progress and human development and global solidarity. That's why I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to share with everyone here, not only ISDB as financial institutions, but also what we've been doing really to promote this topic of the seminar on economic sustainability and digital transformation. So now let me move to development finance sustainability. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and exacerbated the vulnerabilities and inequalities that exist in our world. It has disrupted the lives and livelihoods of millions of people, reverse the gains made in poverty reduction and human development, and push many countries into recession and debt distress. It has also highlighted the need for more resilient and adaptive systems that can cope with shocks and uncertainties. That means shock and uncertainties are increasing and even happen more frequently than before. But the pandemic has also underscored the importance of multilateral cooperation and solidarity in tackling global challenges that transcend borders and affect us all. What we have witnessed, what's happening in Palestine, for example, in some other countries, in Turkey, in Egypt, and everywhere else, really touch our heart, and actually we move with that. I mean, we have, at least I know many of you have, maybe provided some of what you have actually, like in terms of sending, the money, or even like pray and do all what you can actually to have and support all those countries. So that really shows basically we work together, and that's what we have to do. That means no country can overcome the crisis alone. So when we say we need to work together, we need to work together to ensure equitable access to everything, particularly when it comes to health area. Vaccines, for example, diagnostics, therapeutic, to support the recovery and resilience of the most affected countries and communities, and to build back better and greener. The pandemic has also highlighted the need for more and better development finance to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And now we see, according to the United Nations, the financing gap to achieve the SDGs in our developing countries is estimated more than $2.5 trillion per year. This gap is likely to widen further due to the fiscal and debt pressures caused by the pandemic in the past 3 years. Therefore, we need to mobilize and leverage all sources and forms of finance, public and private, domestic and international, to fill this gap and to ensure that development finance is aligned with the principles and priorities of the SDGs. We also need to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of development finance by ensuring that it is deployed where it is most needed, and it is result-oriented and impact-driven, and it is transparent and accountable. Now let me move to the issue of digital transformation. The way we define digital information is because as the use of digital technologies and data to create new or modify existing processes, products, services, and business models to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, quality, and value. So digital transformation can also enable new opportunities and solutions for development, such as digital inclusion, digital economy, digital governance, digital education, digital health, or digital agriculture. In the case of Islamic Development Bank, we've been committed to supporting its member countries in the digital transformation journey to help them harness the benefit and overcome the challenges of the digital age and to ensure that no one is left behind in this digital divide. Allow me to give you some examples of how ISDB is advancing its digital transformation agenda. ISDB has launched the Smart Economy Portal, a digital platform that provides access to information, data, analysis, and tools on the digital economy and its impact on development. The portal aims to raise awareness, enhance knowledge, and foster dialogue and collaboration among the ISDB member countries and other stakeholders, and to the opportunities and challenges of the digital economy and on the policies and strategies to promote and regulate it. The portal also showcases our intervention initiative in the digital economic sector, such as Digital Country Diagnostic and Strategy, Digital Country Platform, and the Digital Economy Enabling Environment Program. In addition, ISDB has also launched the Engage platform, a digital platform that connects innovators, entrepreneurs, investors, and experts to co-create and co-fund innovative solutions for development. The platforms aim to harness the power of crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, and co-creation to address the development challenges and needs of ISDB member countries and Muslim communities in non-member countries. The platform also hosts the Call for Innovation, an annual competition that invites investors and entrepreneurs to submit their ideas and solutions for specific development themes and sectors and to receive funding and mentorship from ISDB and partners. In fact, actually this year's the annual competition actually won by Indonesia that introduced what we call cash link wakf. It's like really an innovative way to reutilize the cash wakf for development through certain modalities and mechanism created to ensure that those who are willing to put some of what they have as a wakaf and then use for more useful result, like in the case of economic development and infrastructure project. Now let's see what role developing countries, our developing countries, should play. The achievement of the SDGs requires not only more and better development finance, but also more and better development policies and practices. Developing countries have the primary responsibility and ownership of their development, of their own development, and they need to adopt and implement policies and strategies that are conducive to sustainable development. These include, among others, promoting good governance and rule of law, strengthening institutions and public services, enhancing human capital and social inclusion, diversifying and modernizing the economy, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, protecting the environment and natural resources, and ensuring peace and security. Developing countries also have a vital role to play in the global development agenda as partners and stakeholders. Indonesia used to be a recipient country, but now we have transformed and to be and become a partner countries, a donor countries, and stakeholders of the global development. So basically, we cannot be passive recipient or beneficiaries all the time. Our country, Indonesia, has shown that we can do it. We were a recipient, a borrower, but now we can be also donor countries and development partners ourselves. Developing countries also have valuable experiences, knowledge, and resources that can be shared and exchanged with other countries facing similar challenges and opportunities. This is an area where universities and academic communities can play a very significant role, which I would come in a minute. But I would like to say also that developing countries can also contribute to shaping and influencing the global norms and standard and affect the development prospect and interest. This is where actually our intellectual capacity are required to make sure that when it comes to this global discourse on anything, particularly in the area of finance and economics, then we have to be able to really contribute our thinking, our influence, and our approach to make sure that the quality and the quantity of global development is better from time to time. And with that, I mean, we now see how we can play and expect the role of development partners. ICB, like other multilateral development bank, like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and others, basically like a development partners that is committed to enhancing the sustainability and quality of development finance, both within its own operation and in the wider development community. That means as MDBs, as multilateral development banks, ICB and other MDBs not just operate as a bank, but also operate as a development agent and then work based on mandates, some based on regional boundaries, and some, like a World Bank, has a global mandate. In the case of Islamic Development Bank, has a mandate across the globe, mostly and particularly to serve the Islamic communities and countries. So that's why, I mean, ISDB launched several initiatives and platforms to mobilize and leverage additional resources and expertise for member countries, including the Life and Livelihood Fund, the Transform Fund, Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, the Global Islamic Finance and Impact Investing Platform, and reverse linkage mechanism. I'll share with you some of these initiatives just to give you, I mean, at least something like a flavor actually for you to understand what all these multilateral development banks like ISDB have been doing. But mostly what I'm going to describe here, what ISDB has done and has introduced in its contributions to sustainable development in our member countries and beyond. The Life and Livelihood Funds is a $2.5 billion fund that provides concessional financing and grant for health, agriculture, and basic infrastructure projects in poorest and most vulnerable countries. The fund is supported by the ISDB, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and other donor countries. Since its inception in 2016, the fund has approved 32 projects in 22 countries with a total financing of $1.6 billion, benefiting more than 400 million people. One of these projects is in Indonesia, in fact, actually, in Health System Strengthening Project, which aims to improve the quality and accessibility of primary health care services, especially for maternal and child health in 12 provinces. The project has helped to upgrade and equip more than 2,000 health facilities, train more than 10,000 health workers, and increase the coverage and essential health services for more than 40 million people. And next, ISDB also created the Transform Fund, which is a $500 million fund that supports innovation, technology, entrepreneurship for development, with a focus on the science, technology, and innovation roadmap. The fund provides seed money, grant, loans, equity for innovative ideas and solutions that can address the development challenges in ISDB member countries and Muslim communities in non-member countries. Since its launch in 2018, the fund has received more than 10,000 applicants from 112 countries and has supported more than 100 projects in various sectors and themes, such as health, education, energy, water, agriculture, and digital inclusion. So then next is Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, or ISFD. It's a $2.8 billion fund that aims to reduce poverty and promote human development in the ISDB member countries through financing projects and programs in the areas of health, education, agriculture, and social protection. The fund is financed by the voluntary contributions of ISDB member countries, and is managed by the Islamic Development Bank. Since its establishment in 2007, the fund has approved 44 projects in 30 countries with a total financing of 1.3 billion US dollars, benefiting more than 50 million people. And also we have what we call reverse linkage mechanism, that is a modality of cooperation that enables the transfer and adaptation of best practices, technologies, solutions from one country to another. That means from country to country and by the country. This is to address specific development needs and challenges in the countries. Since its establishment in 2008, this mechanism has implemented more than 100 projects in 40 countries, with a total financing of more than 300 million US dollars, covering all various sectors. One of these projects is the reverse linkage mechanism in Indonesia, called Islamic Microfinance Projects, that aims to promote financial inclusion and empowerment of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, especially those owned by women and youth, through providing Sharia compliance microfinance products and services. This project has helped to establish and strengthen more than 100 Islamic finance institutions, training more than 1,000 staff and managers, and providing more than 200,000 loans to MSMEs, creating more than 300,000 jobs and increasing the income of the borrowers by 30%. Now, what is it for the universities and academic communities? How you play your role? Now, I would like to highlight some of what I believe, universities and academic communities can play to enhance this digital transformation and to support economic development. Universities and academic communities are the sources of knowledge, research, and innovation, which are essential for digital transformation. They are also the agent of change, of course. It's an education provider and also a source of empowerment, which are vital for digital transformation and for the overall sustainable development. Therefore, we urge the universities and academic communities in Indonesia and other countries, like what we have now actually with this international conference, to embrace digital transformation as an opportunity and as a responsibility. An opportunity to advance the frontiers of science, technology, and innovation, and to contribute to the global knowledge economy. A responsibility to ensure that digital transformation is inclusive, ethical, this is important, and sustainable, that is serve the common good of humanity. It can promote interdisciplinary and cross-sector collaboration and partnership, both within and outside the academic spheres, to foster innovation and creativity, and to address the complex and multidimensional problem of the digital age. Also to engage with the policymakers. This is also very important. Academic communities cannot just stay in their campus and just teach or do research. They need to engage with outside stakeholders, policymakers, private sectors, civil societies, even media, to provide evidence-based and policy-relevant input and recommendations, and to advocate for the adoptions and implementation of many strategies, including digital transformations, and also policies that are aligned with the global agenda of development or sustainable development goals. Universities and academic communities can also empower. In fact, actually should be able to empower students, their faculty members, and staff to acquire the necessary skills and competencies and mindset, in fact, to adapt to these changing demands and opportunities of the digital world, and to become more active and responsible as a digital citizen and leaders. They have also should be able to enhance the accessibility and affordability of digital technologies and resources to enable the participation and inclusion of the marginalized and disadvantaged groups, such as the poor, the women, the youth, the disabled, the refugees, in this digital transformation process to support the sustainable economic development. So by taking all these actions, the universities and academic communities, I believe, can play a very vital role and a positive role in enhancing all necessary approaches to support digital transformation and also to support the overall economic development. Colleagues, friends, and all faculty members and university professors and participants, in conclusion, I would like to re-emphasize a few things before I maybe conclude my remarks. As we said, I mean, we are living in a time of unprecedented challenges and opportunities for development. We have a shared visions and a common agenda for sustainable development as embodied in the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. You have a collective responsibility and a moral duty to achieve this agenda and to leave no one behind. We have the means and the resources to do so if we act together and we act wisely. As an Islamic Development Bank, we are ready and we are committed to play this role and to fulfill this mission as a partner, your partners for sustainable development. And we are proud and honored to be part of this international conference and to engage with you further with all these distinguished participants, speakers who represent the diversity and richness of our development community. So I would conclude by saying that I look forward to hearing your views and insight and to exploring the ways and means to enhance our cooperation and collaboration for this good cause of development, of the sustainable development and digital transformation. Thank you very much for your interest. May Allah bless you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much, Dr. Shulkani, for the beautiful insight of the sustainability, especially in the development country. All right, so I would like to open the floor for any question, if there is. So I can see that here we have Dr. Jaria, yeah? Okay, can you pose a question, Dr. Jaria? Over to you. Please unmute, Dr. Jaria.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you to moderator for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon, Mr. Shurkani Isaac Kasim. How are you today? Okay. Thank you for your explanation in this conference. On this occasion, I would like to ask you how effective the Partnership for Sustainable Economic Program is in reducing poverty levels in developing countries, especially in Indonesia, because there are so many problems that must be faced in reducing poverty level in Indonesia, especially in terms of human resources. Then, how does the ISDB support developing countries, especially Indonesia, in the digital transformation journey, especially to reduce poverty level? That's all. I thank you for your explanation.
So I respond to the questions now, Dr. Rafida, or I we collect all the questions all together?
No, Doctor, you may answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah, you may answer. A beautiful question from Dr. Jaria.
Yes, very much.
Very much, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Jaria. Really important and critical questions that you've raised. In fact, actually, I would like to maybe share with you briefly, I mean, in interest of time, when your questions concerning how can we build an effective partnership to support sustainable development. Basically, the very first challenge that we have been seeing as an ISDB is that the ownership issue. It's important that countries that we are operating in actually should hold that strong ownership. And alhamdulillah, in the case of Indonesia being a middle income country now, actually, I mean, ISDB found that Indonesia has been cooperative, very much aligned with what we expect. And in fact, actually, when it comes to development financing, ISDB just approved a very big project, actually, in health-related area. It's about to be endorsed by the board of directors, inshallah, very soon. And it has several years horizon. And this health-related project, actually, of course, we have other projects like Islamic hospital, Islamic universities that have been financially supported by ISDB. But this health-related project basically to really transform the overall landscape of health sector in Indonesia, not just physical development, but also in terms of health system. So let's be patient. I mean, for several years to wait until the result that we can achieve. But alhamdulillah, I mean, we work very closely with the Ministry of Health. Just last week, actually, we agreed on the terms and conditions and the coverage of the project. I cannot release more information because it's still being discussed by our board of directors. Inshallah, it will be approved in December. So I think that one way to really create an effective partnership, because when you have much stronger ownership, then you can see, I mean, a much better development result. And I've said this because also of my own experience in the Asian Development Bank when I was working in Manila several years ago. When we are hit by the pandemic, basically countries was in very bad shape, given the fact actually the economy was shut down and people couldn't even move or go out of their house. And Asian Development Bank back then, actually, I mean, and of course other MDBs worked very closely with the government and provided immediately about $2 billion crisis response and program, right, to really help the government with providing necessary equipments and facilities, like, you know, buying the vaccines and health equipment, you know, like for people like the mask and others, and providing, I mean, these creating this platform. When you click on this Satu Health or something, I think that's very much really government working with MDBs and other partners. Of course, and when it comes to poverty reductions, as you know, I mean, poverty cannot be zero, given the fact, actually, I like when the former Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Tharman, says, in Singapore, they cannot afford to have an individual or family to become poor. That's what they say. Maybe, or they can afford, I mean, they see, I mean, it cannot be zero. That means if a person or family become poor, maybe that's because of natural sort of, you know, situation, you know, like it can happen to anyone. But we cannot afford to have a village or a regions become poor. That means there must be something wrong with the system, with the how the governments run the system, right? If you see, I mean, like a poor family somewhere in Aceh or in Indonesia, then of course, I mean, we can help. But when we see a regions, a kabupaten or a kecamatan, I mean, become poor, then there must be something wrong with the system. I think you're right when you raise the issue of human resources. That's why, I mean, again, stronger ownership really important. And last questions on ISDB in digital transformation. Basically, we just launched what we call ICT Digital Inclusion Strategy. And Indonesia is one of the pilot project, I mean, like where Indonesia can benefit from to have with the overall transformation, not just in the central government, but also in the regions. That means now, even with what we're having now, actually, in the past, an international conference like this, very much through physical presence. But now I think I can share and talk to you all from Jeddah, like a 10 hours flight. I mean, those who've been on Umrah know actually how far the city is from Indonesia. Even from Aceh, it takes about 7 hours probably. And that's how actually to really, reduce these time differences and boundaries. At the end of the day, with the digital transformation, basically what we're trying to do, I mean, to create awareness, not just in terms of physical development, not just building this high-speed internet facility, but also to create, I mean, really soft skill among those who are given the mandate to manage, right? Because in the end of the day, we as users, we don't want to be disrupted by low speed. At the same time, also, we don't want to be disrupted by not able to use but the technology to support our work, like including as academic communities. I mean, you all, I mean, have to teach your students, at the same time also have to conduct research, and sometimes you don't have much time to move physically.
So thank you, Doctor. It's a so lovely response for the question just now. And I have a question because I would like to understand a little bit about your explanation on zero poverty just now. You say that it is impossible to achieve like zero poverty. Indeed, yeah, even in a very developed country, they have a poverty there, right? Even in the city also they have an urban poverty. But I like the way that you express the way of there is no like we try to cater it from a family, yeah, family, region, good in the state, and as a whole as a country. Very beautiful insight. And actually Unimal has a very great impact on the conference of having you, yeah, having you in this conference to give a beautiful insight. But before that, before we go, I have one more question. You have mentioned about interdisciplinary and cross-sectional collaboration and partner, the ISDB promoting, and I would like to know what will be your recent area that you are promoting. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rafida. I mean, yes, I mean, just to maybe supplement to what you said concerning zero poverty. And when I mean, I think I don't want to really say this because you all, I mean, academic communities, you know much better in terms of knowledge, right? In terms of what has been agreed by the university and academic communities when it comes to poverty. But let me say this also, just very briefly. When we say about zero poverty means that, I mean, it's more like about statistics, right? That means country in the world, no matter where we are, I mean, in the advanced economies, in the low income countries, basically, we see poverty. And then sometimes we have the definition of poverty, I mean, the standard of living can be different from time to time and from place to place. And in more advanced economies, they say actually anything above $2 a day, right? I mean, if we say like now with the Indonesian rupiah, $2 about 30,000 rupiah, that's a lot already, right? I mean that if per capita 30,000 rupiah per day, it's just a lot. So that means you're not in poverty anymore. So having said that, I think what we really want, what we really have to see and we really have to understand is that when we say about cannot be zero in terms of poverty reduction, I think really to go with the quality rather than the quantity. That means we have to understand and we have to have the right recipe from place to place, from country to country. For example, in the case of Aceh, what sort of issues that people are facing in Aceh when it comes to poverty reductions? Not necessarily about education, maybe more about the access to market. We have good productions of commodities, but maybe we don't have good access to the market to sell the product. Right? Maybe that's something we need to develop. Or maybe we have lack access of resources to produce. That could be a way actually to see. So basically, my point is really when it comes to single family or individual person, of course, sometimes that person might be dismissed from job, become poor. But of course, and some other time, he get another job and then he become no longer he become poor. But a region is like systematic. We cannot afford a region's wider territory to become poor because it's always to do with the systematic approach. That's what I wanted to make sure actually. So I think academic communities can maybe explore further on this actually, how to avoid regions or maybe like at least not like a territory to from extreme poverty. Now, the ISDB, I think when it comes to interdisciplinary support, I think, in ISDB, we have several entities. One of them is Islamic Development Bank Institute. Every year, actually, they create these competitions, annual competitions, to select those high-quality proposals and, from the academicians, research centers, so then they can help and provide grant. So not only to attract in terms of getting the annual prize, which is quite attractive, but at the same time also ISDBI, they really partners with member countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia, and other countries in our regions to get communities from academics world, including universities, schools, research centers, and others, then to compete for the prize. In addition to that, ISDB has been providing scholarship for the higher educations. Maybe some of university professors in Aceh or Indonesia, have benefited from this scholarship in science, technology, in particular, and engineering. Because ISDB believe that better generations, when it comes to science and technology, and innovations, engineering, basically create a better future for all. So that's very much actually how we can. Of course, you can check at the website. You can see what we can do. I would be happy to also get in touch actually when it comes to this further cooperation and collaborations.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So I will call a last question, if there is any from the audience. Is there any from the audience? Yes? Okay. A last question from me, definitely. All right. So when we are talking about the activity just now, and we know that for those activities, we do need funding. So what will be the Islamic Development Bank will be funded and how is it going to be funded? And especially on the digital transformation and for development countries like Indonesia, Malaysia.
Well, thank you again for the questions. I think as I mentioned in my speech, we have launched what we call Smart Economy Portal, basically like a digital platform that can be accessed by universities or maybe like the academic communities if they have ideas or innovative thought about or create awareness to enhance knowledge and foster dialogue and collaborations. So basically, that something that we try to really offer and help. And the portal also you can check actually, like what others have been doing in terms of collaborative effort. I think it's really important when we say about this funding. Basically, the more competitive one is those that can demonstrate not only in terms of quality of research or activities, but also in terms of better collaborative efforts. That means you work with partners from other countries, you work with partners from other universities, not just a single research that benefit probably a very limited scope. Like say, I mean, you do research and benefit only the region of Aceh, for example, and you do it only with your own group. I think being a global financial institutions, we expect, I mean, the collaborative efforts can expand beyond countries, like collaboration with other universities, maybe your colleagues actually from Aceh and Malaysia, and even from Middle East and all over the world. Then you create a better maybe activities or research or, and then that's much easy. Because why? I mean, we see the impact. Of course, I mean, when it comes to high quality project in a particular region that can be replicated to other countries, then that project, of course, would be considered. But I think a better value and more competitive is those that can, even from the beginning, already demonstrate that collaborations. Because as I said, I mean, we have to work together. I mean, of course, at the government level, they need to work with other countries, right? Not only about within the country, but also with other countries. As development partners, I think we have been working with other multilateral development bank, with other donor countries, and work in different regions in Asia, Latin America, in Europe, in Africa. I think as universities and academic communities, it would be useful and would contribute a lot if you can also, foster or enhance this kind of collaborative effort across your own boundaries, your own university circle, your own country, your own region, probably work with other universities. And that can be facilitated. That can be facilitated. I believe, I mean, having this international conference coming from different places, that demonstrates it itself actually how you have been working in a collaborative way with other entities or stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So that will be an insight for a collaboration between UNIMAL and UTM, especially Dr. Dharma and Dr. Julie. So we might be having a collaboration into an interdisciplinary, cross-sectional collaboration and partnership, especially, inshallah, going forward. That will be a beautiful one. All right, so thank you so much, Doctor, for the insight and beautiful thought of something which is a little bit of new things, which towards of 2030. So with that, I will close the session. And thank you for the audience and all the committee members for the very beautiful collaboration and cooperation in the session. Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you so much, everyone. I close the session.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for staying with us for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Foto apa?
Oh ya, foto.
Ada lagi kan? Doctor, are you there? Shall we have a photo session? Dr. Syukani? Ya. Nah, ambil dulu. Kadar ambil.
Okay, all audience can open camera.
Ya,
Enggak ada. Oke, kita foto ya. 1, 2, 3. Hah? Masih. Oke. Next is 1, 2, 3. Oke, dari.
Yeah, presentation from the keynote speaker to have lunch break, sholat dan istirahat, and we will back at 1:30 for the keynote speaker training. I'll see you then. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Oke, all audience, kita break dulu. Kita kembali di jam 1.30. Mana? Oke, Marina. Buat foto session. Coba. Benar sudah keluar. Tadi saya mana benar? Oh, anak juga sudah. Sudah pakai dah. Oke, audience, kita nitip one foto.
Itu mau dikasih semua kan? Itu mahasiswa lah deh.
On camera, please. 1, 2, 3. Oke, dah. Oke, thank you.
Mau kemana?
Nanti yang jadi yang IT-nya.
Oke, Bapak Ibu semuanya boleh istirahat dulu. Nanti kita kembali jam 1.30. Now is 12:30. 12. Satu. Halo, Prof. Anaf, are you there?
Halo, halo, masuk. Bisa kan? Apa? Tapi nggak tahu, betul nggak? Apa saya yang salah? Kalau udah kedengaran, udah. Bunyi ya? Bunyi ya? Hah? Harus ada yang ini sih. Harus yang ngomong baru. Ini untuk bisa ngomong di sini ya? Enggak kan? Bisa sih kalau memang dia mendukung. Enggak, oke, 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 oke. Udah.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat sejahtera. Echo, yeah. Shall we start now? Testing 1, 2.
Hello.
Hello. Assist testing on the microphone. Testing.
Hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Oh.
Shall we start now? May I have Dr. Echo Haru to on the video?
Yeah, I'm already turned on my
Yeah.
camera.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you, doctor.
Nice
How
to
are
see you
you?
too, Ibu. I'm good. Thank you for
Yeah.
inviting me today.
You are in Tokyo?
Yeah, the day
Tokyo.
is like 15 degrees Celsius, quite
Wow.
cool. Yeah,
It's going to winter, right?
that's why I'm wearing, this
Yeah.
sweater
All right. So
in
shall we
sweat
start
level.
now? Are
Yeah,
you ready to go?
yeah, sure.
Okay, done. All right. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. So again, I'm Dr. Rafida binti Osman for Asman Hashim International Business School, UTM Malaysia. I'm happy to be a moderator here today with our lovely Dr. Echo Heru Parasetio. Yeah, Doctor, am I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes, correct. Yes.
it doesn't show like Japanese, right? It doesn't
No,
it
no, I'm
doesn't
I'm
sound like that.
Indonesian actually.
All
Yeah.
right, okay. So a little bit of introduction on Dr. Eko Heru. He is completed his PhD from Kyoto University and have been interested in researching digital platform, yeah, doctor, and digital
Yes.
business entrepreneurship, startup strategy, and informal sector. Currently assigned as assistant professor at Department of Industrial Engineering and Economy, Tokyo Institute of Technology. So you have a very vast experience from 2016 and away from 2010 from your first start of your education in the University Kunjuruhan Malang, Indonesia. Yeah. So he has a very vast publication and workshop and conferences and also a few awards here. I may name a few. The recent one is the Best Paper Award at the 14th International Conference at CVT 11, I believe, Telkom University. Yeah. And is now at the Faculty of Economy and Business, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, invited lecturer, invited or visiting professor, the doctor. All right. So let's go straight forward to your topic today. So Dr. Eko Hero will be presenting the interaction between platform-driven firms and micro-entrepreneur in Indonesia. So without further ado, so over to you, Doctor. You may start now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rafida, for the opportunity. I'm very happy I can be virtually present in Aceh right now, although I'm in Japan. As Dr. Rafida mentioned, my paper today is about the interaction between digital platforms and informal economy. That's basically part of my article on press. It's accepted on Technology and Society this week, so it's quite fresh from the oven. I would like to share with you all today what I've been doing with my research. Yeah, you can see the screen, right? Okay, so the complete title of my new published paper is Digital Platform Strategies in Indonesia, Navigating Between Technology and Informal Economy. As you know, in Indonesia, as well in Malaysia, some parts of Thailand, Philippines, and mostly in emerging economies, informal economy activities have become one of the, how to say, buffer activities to support the local economy. Like, for example, I like visiting Malacca. One time I go to Jonker Walk, and then like there are so many people selling food, toys, clothes, like in the especially during the weekend. And in Thailand, you can see the street food vendors selling pad thai or omelette on streets. And in Indonesia itself, there's like the practices of motorbike taxi. This is kind of example of the informal economy activities. Those informal economy activities basically are activities that are not yet regulated by the government, but for us, they are acceptable. So they are mostly in the gray zone or the gray area. In Indonesia, of course, we still remember clearly what happened with Gojek in 2014, in 2015, right? At the time, Gojek launched the application so that people can just book ride hailing or ojek through an applications. But then the former minister, Bapak Ignatius Jonan, said that, oh, should be illegal because motorbike is not a mean for transportation to transport people. That's why we will ban Gojek application. But what happened, right? The very next day, like overnight, our president, Bapak Joko Widodo, he mentioned that, oh, we should not ban Gojek as an application because that's karya anak bangsa. In English, karya anak bangsa should be like, how to say, the treasures of our country. So we have to value them. Maybe we can make a new path of directions on how Gojek could navigate these informal economic activities, especially the motorbike taxi. Of course, if you're interested in researching about digital platforms, maybe you've heard a lot about sharing economy. But to be honest, when I proposed my research to some journals, they said sharing economy probably is outdated. So it's not like, how to say, it's not like novel again to research just focus on the sharing economy. Instead, focus on how platform online business model have shifted like the user's behavior, especially in using the applications. However, we have to know that there are many problems arising because of the platforms itself in our market. Maybe we're just users without knowing what can we do with these digital platforms. But basically, according to Kusumano and Gower et al. 2019, digital platforms basically can be divided into two: transactional platforms and innovation platforms. The transaction platforms are platforms that serving as an intermediary for direct exchange of transactions subject to network effects that basically all applications installed in our mobile applications like Shopee. I know you like shopping, right? Go to Shopee, Lazada. In Indonesia, we have Bukalapak, Tokopedia. And then On the other hand, on the other side, the blue one, we have the innovation platforms. The platforms serve as technological foundations. Without them, of course, we don't have those mobile applications in our smartphones. So they are very important in building the ecosystem and infrastructures of platform business model. And yeah, basically there are some top companies in the platform business model, like GAFA, like the top four: Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and recently they add Netflix on it because Netflix grew as how to say, like a giant streaming platform for us. So this is the illustrations of how digital platform works. In my research, I have two research questions. Like the first one is like how can technology-driven firms assist informal economic activities utilizing digital platforms, and second, how do different traits of informality and platforms shape the interactions. That's why the title for today's presentation is interaction between platforms and informal economy. So what is informal economy? Like I said, it's surrounding us. Only many activities in Indonesia, in most emerging economies, they are informal. That means they are not clearly regulated by the government. Like here, you can see the white one is like the wet area, the things that has been regulated by the government, and then things that the government said it's illegal, like a black area. So if you fail to follow the procedures, you will be sanctioned, like jail or like fine for that. But there are many things on the gray area. So basically my research is doing how digital platforms working on this gray zone or the gray area. There are many research contesting between how technology innovations and existing institutions such as labor policy, employment, risk of tax evasion, legitimacy building, foreign industry, right? Also, there is an example of Napsters. This is a sharing platforms of digital media. So when they launched the business, they didn't know anything about what could happen when they, how to say, develop platforms for people to share audio. But then turn out the platforms become a place where people pirate it or like make a digital piracy of audio, music, or movie using the platform. So there are many entrepreneurs, like digital entrepreneurs, who don't clearly understand how they can align their business with the regulation. And in Indonesia itself, yeah, many studies already highlighted how the conflict between the interests of platforms and the institutions, the established institutions, especially in Indonesia itself, the law enforcement is, we can say, it's weak. That's why it's a potential basically for platforms to try to capture many grassroots problems. In my research, I collected like a multiple case studies. So I interviewed the founders of platform businesses in Indonesia who mainly employ informal economy activities on their business project. Well, this is like how to say an alias. So it's not, maybe it's not a real name, but basically they are real companies in Indonesia. Maybe you can start guessing which company is that, because some of them are very popular. So I had a chance to meet the founders, the co-founder, the VP, to talk and discuss about how their strategies in implementing technology towards something that is that basically are characterized as marginalized, disorganized activities and many things. So in my research paper, I found that basically if a technology-driven company wants to be success in Indonesia, they have to balance between the technological-driven approach and social-driven approach. Why? Because those platforms, they will work with people who are in the gray area, marginalized, very small or micro. And most of the time, those informal economy players, they are technology illiterate. That means they don't have much information about how to use technology. So there are 4 types of interactions based on my paper: service standardization, existing community organization, tool-based collaborations, non-employee co-creation. Yeah, that for. So let's get it one by one. The first one is service standardizations. Of course, as you know, many activities like object, mechanics, reparations, they are mostly unorganized. There is no standard on how people or users should pay them. But with the platforms targeting informal self-employees in Indonesia, it is very important that they try to standardize the quality of services provided by informal self-employees. The key here is how a platform could transform the disorganizations of informal activities into a systematic procedures, for example, for ojek, the motorbike taxi. Long time ago, before the era of digital platforms, we were not sure how those people became an ojek driver because maybe they don't have a proper driving license, or how to say, they don't have a proper, like how to say, ownership of the vehicles to be as an object. But with the platforms penetrated this gray zone or gray area, the platforms sort of prepare procedures and create a good mechanism on how those object drivers can be leveled up, right? Can be leveled up by providing a proper license, certificate before they can provide the service into the platforms. The second interactions is how platforms in Indonesia, they rely so much on community. As you know, that informal economy activities like people in the market, in the street food, they form a community. Why they form a community? Those informal actors in the market, they form community or social group because they feel safe to have the same persons who share the same experiences, right? They can exchange information as a threat of being marginalized from accessing resources. And then, for example, the micro entrepreneurs and self-employers are comfortable running their business in a community because it lessens the burden of playing under tables. They don't pay taxes. I know many street food vendors, many self-employed, they don't pay taxes. So like by forming community, it will give them safe net. Oh, don't worry, we are not alone in here. So this is very important for the community. So when the platforms start targeting this community, they have to know what can they do with this community. So the community organizations are very important because many informal economy players, basically they are reluctant to adopt technology. So the collaboration with community will escalate the process. It will make the interaction becomes stronger, right? So the platforms, usually they hold particular events or seminars for informal business owners, like the micro business owners. We have the community. We will teach you how to use the technology. We will teach you how you can escalate or like expand your market by using our platforms. So basically, that's how they do it in existing community organizations. The third interactions is not employee co-creation. As we know, actors on the informal economy domains are digitally illiterate, most of them, and resistant to adopt technology. Like there is one company I interview called Aruna. So Aruna is a platform that help fishermen to improve, right? To improve the quality of their like maritime products like fish or seafood, etc. But the problem is that many fishermen, they don't really know how to use mobile phone because they didn't have smartphone, of course, and even they have smartphones, they wouldn't use the smartphones on shore because there's no network on that. So the platform basically are a waste because your technology wouldn't work for us. So what this company do is that they started recruiting non-employee who are responsible for assisting sellers in managing the supply and acting as the shopper for customer. So we can call it crowdsourcing. This is one of the terms that becomes more and more prominent in this field nowadays. So how these local heroes, for example, in Aruna, become a bridge that not necessarily require complex skill, but they become the intermediary between the informal economy players and the platforms. And last but not the least is the tool-based collaborations. Yeah, there are many micro businesses. They don't have how to say capacity to do accounting or like how to say taking notes of all the transactions for their own like small businesses. So it's very important that platforms can enable commodifications of micro capital through new channels using low technology, right? Hopefully it can minimize the direct contact with informal economy players. So for them, for small businesses, they don't care about how sophisticated the technology is, but they focus more on how this technology can help their small businesses. There are some key concerns and implications that I would like to highlight from my papers, like how maybe the last one is very important, the need of formalizations. As you know, those informal economy players, the micro businesses, not many of them are registering their business formally through the government. So can digitalizations also encourage people in the informal economy players to formalize this business? If they can help formalizing the business, to what extent, right? So maybe like the digital platforms can also provide informations about registration for micro businesses, to work with local authorities to disseminate information. So this the task of platforms in Indonesia or maybe in emerging markets are very huge. Like the governments barely do anything to capture this informal economy activities. So I think the existence of platforms would be one of the solutions that can like accessible solutions for us nowadays to assist small businesses. Yeah, that's basically what I'd like to do in my research. There's other implications on it too, and probably in the future, because I haven't researched about how COVID-19 could possibly affect the micro businesses in Indonesia. So I think this is good. How COVID-19 accelerate right towards informal economy redevelopment through the framework of digital platforms. Now I have one idea after reading some papers about the platforms dependent entrepreneurs. So maybe if you're interested in doing research on platforms on dependent entrepreneurs, we can do it in the future. Yeah, I think that's all. I managed to have like 20 minutes presentations for this session. If you have any question, any question and inquiry, please email to eco.h.aa@m.tech@ac.jp. Thank you, Dr. Afida. I will give it the form to you.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, doctor. Thank you so much. Okay, it was like a very interesting one, and someone came to me says that she wanted to ask questions, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Do
If we have
we have
question or
one here?
later, yes.
Later, okay.
Yeah, okay.
You want to
I
share
will stand
something?
by here.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. So, can I have the first question from the participant here? Can I have one question? Yeah, doctor? Yes.
Okay. Can hear my voice? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Okay. Thank you to the moderator for giving me this opportunity. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Eko Heri Prasetyo for his explanation in this conference. And on this occasion, I would like to ask about your presentation is, do you think the development of digital platform is strategic enough to be developed in Indonesia? According to you, what type of digital platform is best to be developed in Indonesia, considering that Indonesia is currently entering the demographic bonus phase? So, will digital platform provide great opportunities for employment? Is it possible that digital platform will actually increase the unemployment rate in Indonesia? Because, the Indonesia state is still facing problem that must be faced in reducing poverty level in Indonesia, especially in some of human resources. That's all. Thank you so much for your explanation.
Thank you for the questions, Ibu Dr. Jaria. So if I might highlight one challenge that digital platforms face in Indonesia is the equal distributions. So in my research, well, probably that's why I'm from Malang, so my research is very Java centric, So it's all about Java. When we talk about the development of platforms, it's all about Java. Have you ever thought about how you will develop these platforms in Sumatra, in Kalimantan, in eastern of Indonesia? Yeah, we have never thought about it. But then another serious problem occur in that part of outside people, like island outside Java, is like the networks. Digital platforms are heavily relied on networks or internet. So when there is no appropriate tools or networks that can support the development of platforms, it wouldn't work. I actually interview one founder from Nusa Tenggara Barat, West Nusa Tenggara. What he did basically is to attract people to use applications to order vegetables. So like moving all the markets of vegetables into online. And then he found the problem. What is the problem? Sorry, there is no internet connection in my house, so we don't know how to use. We cannot even install your applications. Can you move it to WhatsApp? Can we order the vegetables by WhatsApp? Wow. So that's what I say. Sometimes, like those entrepreneurs, digital entrepreneurs, the one who develop platforms, they think, oh, sophisticatedly, modern, very modern. They think, oh, technology can solve anything. But the reality is that they don't come to the ground, like to visit the real market to see what happened here, right? So then when they test the product, they finally realize, oh, the problem is not about our applications, but about the literacy of our potential users. And if we try to to connect whether platforms could also help raise employment rate. Of course, I believe it would, right? But to what extent? Especially nowadays, if we can nowadays you can actually earn money by being tukang ojek on Gojek. But this is a warning for us. Gojek, they are not employees. They are just agent, third party. They are not entitled to allowance, insurance, and anything. So there is one paper from the British, like the UK, mentioned about disposable labor. So what is disposable labor? That means people who work on platforms, they are easily disposed when the platforms don't need them. Well, for the short term, it might help to reduce unemployment, but we should not rely on those platforms to prepare long-term employment. We should also focus on how digital entrepreneurs could help the institutions the government, the stakeholders to build a good infrastructure. For example, okay, internet is one challenge, but how can we educate people who works on micro businesses? Do you want to expand your businesses? Let me help you. So this is what important. Maybe not not employment, but like the innovations and creativity by people. Now to open a shop, to open kiosk, to open toko, for example, you don't need to have luxury or big room. You can just do it on your own bedroom, and then you buy a mobile phone, you do live streaming. That's your business, very easy. But how can we be a responsible seller in platforms? This is, I think, also something that we need to research, and to also to, of course, we need to educate people, especially who need to be educated.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
my answer. Hopefully it answers your questions, Ibu Dr. Charya.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that answered the question. I hope that answered the question, Doctor. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, shall I have another question? When I looked into this chat room, no questions now. But I have a question to you, Doctor.
Yeah, I think we have questions from Ibu Dr. Nurainun, not mistaken.
Dr. Noraino? Dr. Noraino, are you here?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Dr. Noraino, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Eko, I want to ask you. So, we talk about AI, and then we talk about technology. And if we see the people in Indonesia is very careful because they really care about taking risks of technology. Now we know so many cybercrime comes from technology. So how to protect all society who want to run their business from this risk? Because so many Indonesian people they don't want to try a business with technology because of this risk. Is there any solution?
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Nurainun. Yeah, I think this is the misconception in our community in Indonesia that we are to consume with the idea that technology will replace anything. But technology doesn't replace anything. Technology help us to do anything, right? But well, you can argue with me whether I believe that technology will replace anything. You can argue on that side, but for me, technology doesn't replace anything. We control the technology, the AI, the ChatGPT, and anything, right? So this is the task for like people who are educated and literate enough, right, to tell people outside that the existence of technology is not to replace you for doing something, but we can use technology especially to benefit you, right? Of course, there are many research saying that, oh, technology might replace accountant or cashiers or anything. Part of it is true, but many part of it, maybe we should be more critical on it, right? Don't let this idea like technology will replace anything hinder or like slower our progress to be a country, to be a community that use technology wisely. So I think this is very important on us now. So it's not about implementing technology, but also how we how to say we that we teach people to be responsible in using technology, right? ChatGPT is good, but of course you need to use it responsibly, right? Platform is good, but of course you need to use it wisely, right? So this abuse of technology or IT, maybe things that are not much debate in our society, in our community, because we are too afraid of technology. So we should not afraid, like why should we afraid of technology? Technology are there to help us. Like without technology,
Most of the,
we wouldn't have this virtual meeting, right? I'm in Japan and you're in Aceh or maybe another
yeah,
part of Indonesia,
that's
right?
really
So
helps. Yeah, doctor.
it really helps. It's just like
Yes.
how we frame the use of technology, especially for people who don't understand the
About
importance of
technology.
technology. Yeah.
Exactly. For instance, like robot cannot replace people or human, right? So,
Yeah.
but robot can help human in achieving something, or achieving some goals.
Yes.
So that is actually when we are talking about technology, that can help us to do a lot of things. For instance, like this conference, it won't be,
Yeah.
visible if we can't use WebEx or Zoom, right? Okay, so I like about the disposable employee just now and the misconception of the uh, well, we can see that the latest technology can develop a lot of things, and students where they use a lot of function in the technology to help them achieving something like doing assignment, like project, something like that. Okay, so we have short of time at this moment, and we are welcome for another one question. Shall we have one more question from the floor, or any or here wanted to ask something? Okay. As you can see, doctor, so we have a lot of crowd here. As you can see behind me, yeah, see,
Yeah, I
a
can see
lot
it.
of crowd here. Yeah, so they are so inspired by your talk this morning. Sorry, this afternoon. Okay. All right. So maybe I would like to ask you a last question. Yeah. Especially this technology, we have seen a lot of scammer. We have hackers, right? Especially in fintech. So, what is your comment on this thing?
Yeah. Like this scam or like phishing, scam or anything, it's this is something inevitable with the emergence of technology, right? Basically the one who created technology as we use today, they are hackers. They know all the bugs
Yeah.
and the gaps in our technology. So but of course this inevitable risk should not slower our progress. This is what I always say to my students, right? If you are too afraid of using technology because maybe I would be scammed if I use the technology, so you will live 10 or 20 years past, you will not live in the future. So what we should do, of course we should I think this is very important for us to have one session in our academic, in our university, in our classes, like to teach about like 21st century skill, basically a skill that equip you with how you can treat technology technology responsibly. You know, the problem of technology is not those marginalized people. Those marginalized people don't know anything about technology. The problem is us. We are educated, but we are not educated in using technology. We have money, we have resources, we have many access on papers, on everything, but we are easily scammed. You know, one day, one friend of mine, they come to me, oh, there is a link of invitation coming through my WhatsApp. Should I click it? Why you should click it? You don't know if it's a scam or phishing, right? But many people don't know it. We use technology for granted because we think it's part of our life. But basically, technology is not take for granted. This is something that developed for a long time, and then before you use it, it has been tested so many times. So right now, at the moment, right, this is critical time for us, right, to use to know, right, what what should I do to be a better persona in digital words? So this is very important. Don't just use it, but also learn how to use it. You can use TikTok to dance, but at the same time, you can use TikTok for selling your products, jilbab or anything, right? You can use WhatsApp for scam, but you can also use WhatsApp for customer relationship management. That's the options are there. Which side do you want to choose? I think this is very important, critical for us to learn and to teach our students on this manner, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, it is very interesting topic. I hope we have a lot of time to discuss about this. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, yes, we have very limited time at the moment. But thank you so much, Doctor, for being with us, especially
you.
from Tokyo. And before we stop, I think Dr. Dharma would like to take a photo.
Yeah,
Please, Dr. Dharma. All right, so can I have everyone on the video and give your best smile? Exactly. Yeah. Okay, the Ibu Dharma sudah ready? Yeah. Please on your video and give the best smile ever. The best smile this year. Okay, Ibu Dharma. Sudah ya? Oh, sudah. Okay, so thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. And we would like to have the next speaker.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you, Dr. Eko.
Yeah, thank you,
Looking
Dr.
forward to seeing in
Eko.
person. Yes.
Yeah, so I hope so. We can see in person. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. And for the next speaker, I would like to invite Professor Ahnaf Asmadi. Professor Ahnaf, can you on your video, please?
Hi,
Are you
Prof.
there? Hi, Prof. Professor Ahnaf.
Saya pakai ni. Masuk juga bahasa kita.
Dr. Ahnaf, are you there? So for everyone, we are waiting for Professor Ahnaf to be on or to be live. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Prof. Ahnaf. How are you?
How are you, dear doctor? How are you, my friend?
How are you? Yeah.
Long time do not meet.
All right. Yes. Yeah. So long time since 2012. 2012. Yes.
12 years
Lumpur.
already.
Yeah. So are you ready, Prof?
Yes, I am ready.
Yeah. Good to see you here. Okay.
Me too.
So I would like to give some introduction of you, if you're okay with that. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So Assalamualaikum, Prof. And Assalamualaikum also to the audience in this hall. As you can see, Prof, we have a lot of people here, the student from Maliku Saleh
Yes,
University.
mashallah.
So anxiously waiting for you, the last session of us today. Okay, so for an introduction, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Ahnaf Asmadi, a professor in accounting with over 10 years teaching experience, graduated from top 200 business schools in the world, named as UKM GSB, right, Doctor? Yeah, Prof?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, and he has a vast experience in accounting. And if you can look at the CV, it was so fantastic. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And thank you. Right. And since from 2012, he has been working with a few universities and recently with the Tabuk, yeah, University of
Yeah.
Tabuk in Saudi Arabia. All right. So he's a professor in accounting and finance, I believe, and with a very vast publication, conferences. I can see it like a long list of it. Okay. So today, Professor Ahnaf will share with us the topic of analyzing the trend and practicing the future of forensic accounting, a professional perspective. Meaning that you're looking at a professional perspective of forensic accounting. Okay, so Professor, without further ado, so I will give the floor to you, and you want me to control the slide?
Yes, thank you so much because I cannot control by my phone. So
Okay,
please.
no problem. It will be my pleasure.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to welcome all the audience, the doctors and the students for nice international conference, for this nice experience with an expert people in the meeting from the morning. And I am so sorry because the different time in Saudi Arabia and as well in Indonesia. So I would like to say good evening, but in my time is good morning. So I welcome all to the humble presentation I can share with all of you. And I would like to thank Dr. Darawati and Dr. Rafida as well for a nice presentation. So our presentation today is talk about the hot topic around the world, which is the forensic accounting. So we will share with you the importance of this field and the job opportunity for the future who has getting the certificate of forensic accounting and what's the publication trend as well in the future. So my introduction is the forensic accounting is a rapidly growing field that combine accounting and investigation skills to detect financial fraud and illegal activity. This presentation will analyze the current trend and the future prediction of this provision. So first of all, we would like to define what the forensic accounting is. So it is a rapidly growing field that combine accounting and auditing, and as well as investigation skill to detect and prevent the fraud crime. So what's the risk of forensic accounting? Forensic accounting has gained prominence due to the increase in financial crimes around the world. So white collar crime has become a more sophisticated and complex, making it difficult to detect without specialist skills. So the forensic accounting plays an crucial role in identifying these crimes and providing evidence for legal procedure. So what's the scope of forensic accounting? The scope of forensic accounting work in variety of area, including litigation support, fraud investigation, insurance claims, and cyber security, which is the trend of the field of right now around the world. So they analyze the financial record, interview witnesses, and provide expert testimony in a court. So who have get the forensic accounting specialist, he can help in different area in the market, such as education, the cybersecurity, catching the crimes, and so on. So this scope of the forensic accounting is consistently expanding with this rise of new technology and financial crimes. So most of the accounting system around the world now, it is not manual system, rather than it is a system by technology which need more experience to catch the crimes through the system, not around the system. Moreover, the current trend in forensic accounting, some of the current trend, including the use of data analytical, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology. These tools can help forensic accountants to detect financial crimes more efficiently and accurately. Additionally, there is growing demand for forensic accounting service, especially in emerging markets. The trend also in forensic accounting include increasing demand for service, greater use of technology, and growing focus on cybersecurity. These trends are driven by the increasing complexity of financial crimes and the need of more sophisticated method for deduction. So what's the skill required for forensic accounting? And especially for bachelor degree student, if they are looking for a skills of forensic accounting and they wish to be a specialist in this kind of this area. So the skills required for forensic accounting require a unique set of skills, including analytical thinking, attention to details, communication, and investigation skills. They must be able to identify the pattern and nominals in financial data and communication they are finding effectively. So a background in accounting they should have, and law and criminology, it is more beneficial for them. Moreover, the forensic accounting need a combination of accounting skills, auditing, as well as investigation skills. They must be able to analyze complex financial data, identify pattern of fraud, and communication they are finding effectively. In addition, they must have a strong ethical foundation and communication to upholding the integrity of the financial system. And our challenge as you know, all the accounting system, it is through the system, not around the system, which need to have more skills to catch the crimes. So use of technology in forensic accounting, the use of technology is becoming increasingly important in forensic accounting. Tools like data analytical software, blockchain technology, and artificial intelligence can help forensic accountants to detect and prevent fraud more effectively. However, these tools also require specialist training and expertise to use effectively. So the ethical consideration in the forensic accounting must adhere to high ethical standards in their work. They must maintain objectively, honestly, and integrity in all aspects of their work. Also, they must be aware of potential conflict of interest that can rise of forensic accounting engagement and take steps to avoid them. The cybersecurity and its relationship with the forensic accounting is very important topic. So the growing threats of cybercrime is creating new challenge for forensic accountant. Cyber criminal can use sophisticated techniques to hide their tracks and cover up their crimes. So forensic accountant must stay up to the date on the latest cybersecurity threats and be able to use the technology to detect and prevent cyber fraud. So what's the challenge in the forensic account? Forensic accounting is not without its challenge. So one of the biggest challenge is keeping up with the evolving nature of financial crimes. As criminals become more sophisticated, forensic accounting must continually update their skills and knowledge. Additionally, the legal and regulation environment can vary widely across different justifications. So the challenge is forensic accounting include the needs for specialized skills, the difficulties of deducting sophisticated fraud schemes, and the ethic consideration involved in the investigation financial crimes. Overcoming these challenges require a combination of technological experience and ethical judgment. So what's the future prediction for forensic accounting? The future of forensic accounting looking promising. As financial crimes continue to be evolved, the demand for forensic accounting service will only increase. Additionally, they use a big data and machine learning will help forensic accountants deducting financial crimes more efficiently. However, there will also be need for continued professional development and education. So a lot of university now looking to build a program in forensic accounting. What I am reading previously when I am building the Master Executive Forensic Accounting in my university, which I am the head of the Committee of Curriculum and Syllabus. So we are building the first program in the Middle East. It is Master Executive in Forensic Accounting. When I am looking to benchmark to build this program, I see most of the university, they try to add some topics or some subject in their program about the forensic accounting. But the market now is really need to build a fully program in forensic accounting, not just teaching the student about this subject in a small topic and also small contact hours about the subject. So my advice to all of you, so each university should now build a fully program about the forensic accounting because the career opportunity in the forensic accounting is so huge in the current time. So forensic accounting offers a wide range of career opportunity include forensic accountant, litigation support specialist, a fraud investigator, and cyber security specialist. Additionally, there are opportunities in government agency, law enforcement, and private consulting firm. The demand for forensic accounting service is expected to continue growing in the coming years. So we need to build our student knowledge in this kind of area. So the student will have a lot of opportunity in the market. So the opportunities in forensic accounting include the potential for career advancement and the ability to make the differences in preventing financial crimes, and the opportunities to work in high-profile cases. As the demand for forensic accounting service continues to grow, there will be many opportunities for skilled professionals in this field. So how we can improve our student knowledge? There is a lot of training and education in forensic accounting. There are several options for training and education forensic accounting, including certification program, degree program, and professional development course, such as certificate programs, such as certificate fraud examiner, can enhance the forensic accountant's credential. Degree program in accounting and law criminology can provide a strong foundation for career in forensic accounting. So the current slide, if can Prof. Rafida share with us this specific slide. So what I have done last 2-3 weeks, because I am now trying to publish this paper in high quality journal actually. So we have done the voice viewer analysis for around 300 publication in ISI and Scopus publication, and we done the bibliometric analysis for the trend of this publication. As we can see in this slide, there is a lot of link of forensic accounting with other fields of publication, such as big data, accounting education, as well as internal control, corporate governance, earning management, and a lot of field can link with the forensic accounting. So from this kind of chart of publication and the link of forensic accounting with other fields, it can show that the importance of forensic accounting field in the future. So there is a lot of opportunity for future research. So we can work in and we can tell the student this forensic accounting field is very important in the coming future, because linked to different fields such as accounting, auditing, ethics, fraud examination, and earning management, corporate governance. So all of this area and covered by forensic accounting is a good opportunity for future research. So we can conclude forensic accounting is a dynamic and challenging field that offer a range of career opportunity for our coming student graduated. So the demand for forensic accounting service is expected to continue growing as financial crimes as will become more complex. So forensic accountants require a unique set of skills and must continually update their knowledge to keep up with the evolving trend, and the future of forensic accounting look promising. So finally, before I end my presentation, I would like to share that in the University of Tabuk, we already built a master degree of executive forensic accounting, and we built this program based on the professional certificate of a fraud examiner, and we have 4 blocks for this program, which include the financial accounting foundation in the first block, and the second block we try to build our student litigation and know more about the criminal law and court procedure and so on. And in the third level and the third block, we try to introduce to the student the cybersecurity and forensic accounting and the link of digital forensic analysis. Finally, we try in the fourth block to teach our students how they can deduct and investigate and prevent the crimes in the fourth block. So now I think our student is the first batch in the United Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and our program is a unique in the Middle East of area that can others share with us when we need to build other program in other universities. Finally, thank you so much for giving me a little time to present my experience in this kind of field. Thank you, Dr. Rafida, for that. And I share also my emails and my phone number for the WhatsApp for any inquired question. And I am open also to hear from you any other comment or other question to be answered. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the interesting topic of forensic accounting. And I have spoken with a few students yesterday, and they were so interesting to hear about this forensic accounting. And I hope we have a bundle of questions from our students. So any of you guys are accounting students? Raise up your hand. Any student? Accounting. You can see here. Yeah, accounting student here. Okay, Dr. Ahnaf can see you from the screen.
Yes,
right?
I can
Okay,
see
you
all
see
the
that.
students.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay,
it's very
fantastic.
mashallah.
Fantastic. Very quite fantastic session here we have. Okay, so I will stop sharing now and I will open the question to the floor. If anybody wanted to ask question, so why don't we have it now? All right. So, any question?
So if there is no any question, I can give them an advice.
Yes.
If they
Okay.
have any question.
To that.
My advice is the forensic accounting now is very hot topic in the future. So I highly recommend for our students to have a good knowledge in the forensic accounting because it has become a trend in accounting and auditing field. And the cybersecurity and criminal now, they're using a lot of way and a lot of activity to be crime the system in several companies. So the needs of this kind of field in the future is become very big and very growing continuously in this kind of field. So I am advise my student to have a professional certificate in forensic accounting, such as the fraud examiner certificate. And you will have a big salary in the future if you concentrate in this kind of certificate. So we are already old and we cannot do that in this age. So my advice to all my students to focus more in professional certificate. If you can get this kind of certificate, the fraud examiner, you will be a very rich person. So my advice, go to this kind of certificate.
Fantastic. Yeah. Okay. So that is a good advice. But in fact, I have one question for you. We have seen
Okay.
that a lot. Yeah, we have seen that a lot of scandal happening now in the industry. All right. So, like forensic accounting were meant to be like like a medical forensic examination as well to the corpse. All right. So, in a way that we are looking at the financial statement and with respect to the accounting, we know that we can't hide anything. All right. So, what kind of advice that you would have to us in a way that we may look into this financial statement as a new look or in a new perspective? What would
Okay.
say you?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rafida, for the good question and very interesting question. Actually, you have to know to be a good examiner for this kind of crime, there is two way of the accounting system. The one method is around the system, which is already old system and manual system. And this kind of crime is easy to catch. But now our big challenge, all the accounting system is through the system. So the crimes will be done through the system, not around the system. So if you want to catch this kind of crime, you should have a multiple skills to catch this kind of crime. First of all, you have to have a good foundation in financial accounting. So if you want to catch the financial crimes, so you have to have a good background in financial account, as well as you should have also international financial reporting standard knowledge. So because a lot of flexibility in this kind of standard. So the accountant person, sometimes they will use different standard to avoid this kind of crimes. And also the criminal, they will use the same standard to play around the financial data. So the examiner should have a good skills of financial accounting. He should have also a strong knowledge about the financial reporting standard to understand what's the activity can be done through the system and how they play around of this activity by the standard. So also they should have a good knowledge of auditing procedure. Also, now we have to know the cyber security as well knowledge. So accounting field and accounting person, he only have an accountant knowledge and skills, which is not enough in this kind of a criminal. So should we have more skills in the cyber security, how the standard play around the system also, and what's the financial accounting reports can be done using the criminal and the activities play around the system, which manipulating the financial report. So my advice is, there is a software the student can attend to this kind of software analysis. We call it careware analysis. Careware analysis. This careware analysis can help the examiner to specifically identify the criminal, as well as using the username and the password in the system for each participant in the system. So if you attend to this kind of workshop, careware analysis software, so the student will have good skills how flow of this activity through the system and catch the criminal to find out what's the real cases through the system. I wish I answered your question, Dr. Rashida. Dr. Rafida. I cannot hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, indeed, exactly. So the students are very shy to ask you a question, but I have written down a few questions. So the first one is that what is the challenges to what is the challenges to implementation the forensic accounting to industry? That will be that will be question number 2. And the second one is how is creative accounting may harm the industry and as well to the investor. So there are 2 questions at the moment, and we have another one more question. So I believe that you may answer the 2 first questions, and I'll give you another 2 more questions. Will that be okay?
First, yeah, I have no problem. But first of all, I will answer the challenge question facing the forensic accounting. I think if you focus on my presentation, I have mentioned about the challenge in forensic accounting. The forensic accounting is not without its challenge. So one of the biggest challenge, as mentioned in my presentation, keep up with evolving nature of financial crimes. And also become more sophisticated forensic accounting must continuously update their skills and knowledge. So this is the biggest challenge. So because the accounting field is a dynamic field, and the criminal is become more smarter than us, and they are more expert than us. So we have to be updated our knowledge and our skills as well, especially in cybersecurity and using the technology through the system to done our job by accounting system. So I think if we keep only our knowledge, which is already 10 years ago, we cannot face this kind of a criminal, you know. So our biggest challenge to be updated with the knowledge, to be updated with the skills. So the legal and regulation also will be continuously updated. So you should have a good knowledge in accounting field, in cybersecurity, skills and knowledge, critical thinking, also the regulation of your country. So after that, you can face all these challenges. So the forensic accounting include specialist skills, that difficulty to detect the sophisticated fraud schemes. So our big challenge to be updated with the knowledge, to be updated with the standard and the regulation in the country. So this is the first question, right? And how the investor can be linked to the forensic accounting field and benefits from this field, right? So from our perspective as academic people, our investment can be how to build a paid master degree or PhD program. So this is a good investment. I can share with you my experience in my university. Our existing master program, it is a paid program. So it has increased the income of the university around 10 millions for 2 years, you know, which is a big, huge number. So I am suggested for investor to invest in this program and a huge fund to build this kind of program. So like Dr. Rafida and other professor, they can catch this fund from this investor and build a big college and a lot of programs linked to the forensic accounting, and which has become a good investment for education, you know, because investing not only in the private business and other field of industry. So the investment could be as well in the education investment. And the best investment we can do, invested in our student knowledge. So they are the future, and they are the big intangible assets for the country, you know. So our students, they are the intangible assets for us. So the best investment, how to improve their knowledge. So my advice is for the investor, how to build a college, have a several program in forensic accounting, and we can invest in the education to build our students in the future, and they can face this kind of a criminal professionally. This is my advice for investor.
Okay, very good. I mean, like a very bright answer for the question, and that's really shine us in future of a forensic accounting. But last and not least, the last question is that how career in forensic accounting may suit in the organization and in which department?
Can you repeat the question, Blof?
Okay, how career in forensic accounting may suit in the organization and in which department?
Okay, actually, the forensic accounting field, sometimes it is not a department within the corporation, you know. So the corporation face a problems, a crimes cases, and the company gives this kind of service, can help the organization. So each organization do not have a specific department for forensic accounting, but it is a private business and consultation for an expert people. They have a professional office, so they can help the organization how to catch this kind of crimes. So there is a lot of careers opportunity for forensic accounting. Who have this kind of skills and this kind of certificate, he will get a lot of opportunity to work in the market, not within the organization. The organization do not have a specific department for forensic accounting, but who hold the forensic accounting degree or who hold a professional certificate of forensic accounting, he will work in several industries, such as litigation support, fraud investigator, cyber security specialist, auditing, and accountant person. Because the one who have this kind of skills, he can work in several opportunity careers in the market, such as audit, because he already have this kind of skills, you know. So he can work in accounting, in court, he's specialist, and he can work as examiner of fraud and cyber security specialist. This is my answer, Dr. Rafid.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I believe that this is a very good insight for our accounting and finance students, and especially to benefit everybody in this conference as well. So on behalf of the conference committee, we would like to thank you, Prof, for joining us, especially, and for seeing us as a potential, in future collaboration as well. And before we stop here, Dr. Dharma would like to take a photo. So why don't we have another photo session with Dr. Anna? All right. Okay. So Dr. Dharma, are you ready?
And please share with us later on.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Thank you, Prof.
And how about the student here? So I will okay, I will raise my, okay. All right. So everyone raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. One more.
So,
Dr. Dharma, one more, Dr. Dharma, on the other side. One more, Dr. Dharma. Yeah, on the other side. Ambil gambarnya. Gambarnya.
So, I would
Foto
like
session. Foto
Mau?
session.
Sudah ya? Okay.
Udah,
So,
foto session.
So can I say
Belum.
something before I
yeah.
end my session? So
Yes.
also I would like again and
Foto
again
session bilang
Dr.
dulu.
Darawati for nice invitation, and she also really hard worker to be success this conference. And I would like to thank her, Dr. Darawati, for nice invitation, and I would like to participate more and more with this kind of conference. And I would like to also thank Dr. Rafida, because I can see her after 12 years ago. So it is nice to meet all of you, and thank you so much for nice experience.
It is my pleasure, and our pleasure, in fact, that Anna.
Take the photo session,
Thank you.
please.
Oh,
Ya, belum. Yang untuk ini. Yang untuk audience.
ya, dengan audience.
Ya, ditutup, Bastin. Okay, just wait. Okay, ladies. Enggak yang di ini. Yang di Zoom, yang di Zoom.
Di Zoom.
Ladies
Yeah.
and that's the last of our for those of you who have joined us via Zoom. Please turn on your camera so we can take a screenshot of your presentation.
Okay, one. Bastin dulu. Ke Bastin. Okay, one. Cek. Okay, be ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Okay,
So how
finish.
we finish, Dr. Darawati?
One more. Okay.
All right. So let's
Okay, bye bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Udah masuk belum? Belum.
Belum ada room.
Kedengaran di sini.